Hello. Happy Thursday. It's Pi Day. Tuesday, we got a bunch of things done, including this upgrade of latex, which is currently waiting on fertilizer. Hey, Koa Bear. What's up with fertilizer? I feel like we looked at this. It's running at least. All right. We do request a lot of biomass, and it's getting it now. I wonder if this is just screwed up because of the train routing issues, where we're not getting enough, because we just don't have enough trains, we're not getting dispatches to keep fertilizer running consistently. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I do want to get a bunch more trains built. Do I already have some requested here? Yes, let's do more. Let's do 20. All right. So to-do list-wise, we're partway through the rubber rebuild. We've done latex, but we still need to do rubber itself. I have this one, which is adding local lime production to antimony. Antimony pulls like nearly a whole belt of lime, and it's just too much lime. So we'll pull this station out. We'll stop trying to deliver it, and we'll just make the lime on site over here. That'll be easier. Niobium titanium alloy is new. So we have to get just a small quantity of this set up. It is used for a few things outside of... it's used for a little bit in science, but it's mostly used for buildings. So we might want to look at unified science again, just to get an idea of how much niobium titanium alloy we're going to need, but it's going to be probably single digits per minute for science, and the rest of it will just go right to to the mall. So I'm not overly concerned with how much of that we need to build. And we need that alloy for our fish upgrade. If we find that these fish farms aren't being delivered, and that is because they need that alloy. So I think let's start today. How are we doing on these trains? We need 5 cargo wagons. Are they at least being made? Yeah, we got all this stuff for them. It's just taking a little bit for the boss to catch up. Okay. Let's pop into YAFC for a little bit. As always, we get to spend some time doing spreadsheets before we actually play the game. And if we check the Unified Science page, and let's go ahead and add PySci 3 at 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 20. Obviously, we also should be looking at what these are going to be done, like, prodded, right? That's still a lot of research center 2s, although maybe we just don't even bother to prod Pi Science 1, because basic substrate is cheap enough. Same with automation science packs. Like, that's a lot of automation science packs. But as far as the thing that I care about right now, we don't have to go into all of the dependencies of all of these things and how they're shared. It's useful to have this, which is the list of all of the direct inputs to... Oh, those numbers are off by a factor of 10. Okay, that's... Those are much more reasonable numbers now. But if we look into this, I think it's the... Is it the neodymium magnets? No, it's the... I thought I had just determined that something in this used... the niobium. Maybe it's not just the... What was it? Yeah, the Nenbit matrix, which is used in superconducting wire. Oh, you don't actually use any of that in the neodymium. Okay. The tech just lives here. This tech might just be in a weird spot. Okay. Never mind then. I mean, they are used in Electronics Mark III, which are used in, yeah, Tier 2 modules, Tier 3 trains, various other things. Okay. And the Nenbit matrix is mostly just used in buildings, right? And special small parts. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe this isn't actually used in... At least not in this tier of science. Interesting. Looking at the way this works, we're going to have a bunch of spare solidified Sarkarus, which spoils in a half an hour. So we might want to reevaluate kind of how all of Logi, PyScience 3, PyScience 2 work together as far as making the amount of Paragen and solidified Sarkarus we need. Because, like, this needs a little bit more Paragen. And now that's more solidified Sarkarus than we need. Maybe we just make it and we expect it to spoil. And we just let it spoil down to... It spoils down to chitin, I think, right? Yeah. Anyway, getting distracted. That's not the important thing right now. We link that, and then we say we add Negasium spoiling. Yeah. This is what I'm doing basically already in PyScience 2 for the Sarkarus, is I make slightly more Paragen than I need, and then we let that spoil down to the Sarkarus. And I think we'll probably do the same thing here, and that way we don't have to deal with making more than one spoilable thing at different tiers. And then all of the Sarkarus just turns into chitin, and that's an output. Anyway, unless I want to, like, co-locate some of these science packs to get some of the byproducts, like, passed through cleanly, and I don't really. At any rate, if we don't actually need the niobium whatever alloy in anything other than buildings, at least right now, mean, it's going to be used in a bunch of these, like, yeah, Gearbox Mark III, Yaw Drive Mark IV, Superconductor Substrate. Like, a bunch of this stuff is further in the future, though. And I don't want to overbuild for stuff we're not going to need. So I think as far as building the niobium titanium alloy, we can just do like a very minimal build. And I'm not even going to worry about what we're going to need in the future. Because it's far enough in the future that it doesn't matter. Do I have... What are you? That's antimony lime, that's fish, that's molybdenum, and trains.
Space!
Wild 350, thank you so much for the follow. Let's get trains done. Let's decide how much of this alloy we want to make. Let's do that. We're making it. We cannot prod this, so sure. That's fine with me. I think just one machine is sufficient. I guess I could do 3 machines and it would be exactly 2 a second. That's a lot of titanium plate, though. You know what? Let's just grab 3 machines. We'll drop it down as 3 and we'll go with it later. So... Smelters, looking good. What is this? Oh, that's new hot air. Right, and that's new trains that we're still thinking about. I'm going to have train 3 by the time I get train 2 deployed. Probably not true. How far into Pi Psi 3 is... Oh, that's pretty deep, actually. Okay, yeah, no, we're gonna get these deployed before then. Just started to watch the Pi playlist on YouTube. Awesome. Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming in to join the stream. What am I doing and where am I? These are... the eternal questions. Let's get some trains deployed because this is currently untenable, right? Like there's way too many deliveries that are being delayed right now. And with the new trains deployed, I think I'm going to go do that alloy first because I want to see the upgraded fish buildings need the niobium titanium alloy to be done. So we'll grab those. We'll grab this. We should have pretty much everything else that we need. I'm not sure. Let me find new rubber. New rubber doesn't use soil extractors, right? No, those are from the other. A bunch of the stuff that's in my inventory here is from the old latex build when I did the upgrade in place. So I don't actually need these. It's just a matter of figuring out which things are no longer needed. cooling tower we need. Pressure pump we need. Coal power plant we need. Fluidized bed reactors we need. Multipurpose crackers, reformers. All right, I think that's pretty much it. I didn't account for steam. But I have some boilers. All right, yeah, it's just one boiler. I do want some efficiency modules. Why do I have requests for 4 crop facilities? That was old, right? I got those. We got this done already. Yeah. All right, I think, other than needing some efficiency modules, I think we're good. I think we're good. All right. I mean, technically, I only need one of these. It's amazing how small the rubber build still is. Do I have space over here where I've been doing a bunch of my other alloys to maybe bring in the... Yes, well, maybe not. Molten iron is still a problem. Is that just because we're catching up? We are still out of Xylenol. Uh-oh. We're already getting distracted. Pardon me. That's always a good sign. Yeah, we have no low distillates because we're blocked on... Blocked on what? Blocked on not having crude oil? Excuse me? That's interesting that that's a thing that has happened. Are we running out of fluid trains as well as solid trains? They all look like solid trains to me. I mean, I could be missing some. I think when it says could not find a train with enough cargo capacity, that means that I still have fluid trains. Because it sees the fluid trains as like the wrong cargo capacity, and it has a different error message for when there's no trains at all. All right. That's, why... Did I not correctly place these on... the depot spots? That's weird. Why are you stopped here? Oh, you're just out of fuel because you're zipping around when you shouldn't be. I am unsure why all of these decided that they can't... These two are running fine. They're filling up on fuel. Why didn't the other ones? Well, now I've got 5 trains out here with almost no fuel. I don't think that I have ever seen this happen before when I've built trains. I am confused. Alright, well, hopefully I've gotten enough fuel into each of them that it's gonna work, but... I think all of these trains are just, like, turning around and going back to the depot. Because they need to fuel themselves up, which is fine. I'm just not sure why they all decided they had to do that. Like, why they weren't... Because I copied these from the station. And I pasted them at the station. Weird. Okay, what are we doing? I was trying to decide if I have space over here for the new alloy. And I think the answer is technically yes, if I feel like squeezing it in. I can do that. And again, the reason I'm doing this first is because it's blocking some of the buildings we need for one of our next steps. So we want it done. There we go. That's a reasonable spot. Thanks again for the follow. I really appreciate it. All right. And over here we have, hopefully, a reasonable spot to do the new alloy. Just squeeze it in with these other ones. And what am I doing? We need niobium. Not niobium. Yes, niobium? What am I making? Niobium titanium alloy. Yes, niobium and titanium. Those are the things we need. I thought I must have gotten rid of it. I thought I had a nitrogen tank being delivered over here somewhere, but I think that was for an older iteration of one of these builds, and it's just not here anymore. Which is fine. It's easy enough to add nitrogen. I guess right here is the closest fluid input. Oh, we do have a shortage of fluid trains, too. Okay. So we got to get those going then. We're caught up on the solid trains. Nitrogen. This has got to come up. I think we're going to just have to do this thing. All right. So we're going to have our 2 types of plates in here. And that feeds into our 3 smelters. And then we're going to have one belt of, or not belt, a pipe for fuel. Fuel. And another pipe for nitrogen. And then output inserters there. Belt out. Power everything. All right, we're just waiting for titanium plate, which is en route. And how much does this make? A whopping 2 a second. All right. That is an expensive alloy. But there we go. We should be starting to make a little bit. A little bit. Oh. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. That's fine. And that'll just run in the background now while we're doing other stuff, and we'll get enough for a train delivery, and one train delivery will be plenty for everything we're going to need at the mall for a while. At least that is the hope. And then hopefully by the time we need to scale up our demand of that niobium titanium alloy, we'll have the next tech, and we can make it from molten metals. But that's like, I think that was alloy smelting 4. Yeah. Which is not until prod science. But that gives us the molten version of this. Erbium nickel cobalt. Ooh. Okay. And just some made up bullshit. Heavy fermion material. Let's see. Do we have... Actually, I don't want to get rid of that coal. I might need it if the trains do the same weird thing again. All right. Yeah, the number of missed deliveries is much lower now, so hopefully... See, those are loading. I'm so confused what went wrong with the other ones. Yeah, these guys are fueled and actually waiting at the depot. So we have extra trains again. All right, that's the niobium titanium alloy done. So that's waiting. The fish and the fish rendering upgrade is just waiting on the delivery of that to the mall. Did I grab the stuff for lime production at antimony? Is that sitting in my inventory? That's this. All right, let's do that first. Because that's something broken in an existing build. And then we'll go do the new rubber build. And that will take us... Yeah. And then there's this reevaluate entire science chain for prod. What this really means is spend 2 hours in YAFC doing spreadsheets. Because we need to go through, and that's looking at this page that we started looking at that I was letting myself get distracted with earlier, and figuring out, like, what do we actually need all of our science to be scaled at? How much stuff is it bringing in? Are we making enough of all of those ingredients, you know, with prod at the scale we want to be running at? And then the other question is, do we want to go for 12 SPM instead of 6 SPM? And I think I want to say no. I would rather try to invest in getting VatBrain 2s up and working so we get the higher prod bonus on research. And we run at 6 base SPM. And that research prod boost from VatBrains gets us up to a more reasonable ESPM. Because if we double all of this again, then we're looking at a much, much larger set of builds, right? And I should, here, at the very least, we make Sarkarus on site, we make animal samples on site. Just get these things correctly set up. So that they show their true, like, the things that we ship to them as inputs. Because we do all of these Peregrine, Sarkarus, and I think again the Negasium. Does that also spoil in like half an hour? 37 minutes, yeah. That's long enough that we could put those things on rails, but... Yeah, the meat stuff is all spoils on the scale of hours. Half an hour is getting snug. Yeah, Archod Propolis we'll have to make on site, but I haven't even looked into Bees Mark II yet, so... Who even knows? Alright, yeah, that's just a couple of buildings shipping in Dilmos and Renias. And some wax and some naphtha. I mean, sure. All right, I'm letting myself get distracted here. We're getting wrong wax barrel. I want fill wax barrel. There we go. But yeah, when we look at this, we'll be able to see, like, how many cotton guts do we need to keep our science throughput up? 1.11 per second. Cool. And things like that. These are the questions that this, like, unified sheet can answer for me. And it kind of gives us an idea of our overall resource consumption. And then, obviously, I do put each of these separately into, you know, chemical science. But this is what we currently have built, right? Which is 3 research centers with 1 level of prod. Whereas the unified view is a little more forward-looking. Like, this is what we're going to want to be doing for the next tier. All right, let's keep moving here before I get completely distracted by looking at science stuff. Let's grab, is it this one? Yeah, lime for antimony. And let's go do the antimony lime processing. Yeah, now it's all fluid trains that it's mad about, but we have... I mean, I did just put 10 in the system, so sometimes it takes a minute for it to catch up, and obviously they need to... well, nope, they have fueled. We will see if it catches up. If we're still seeing this flashing at us in a few more minutes, we'll add more trains again. That's usually the approach. All right, we'll let this bring in a little bit more lime. I'm going to swap this over to bringing in coke. Right now, coke comes in here and is split with plastic and lead acetate. But we're going to need significantly more coke if we're doing the lime on site. We can see that that uses like 18 coke, right? So we need to bring in a larger belt, and that's just gonna, I'm gonna swap this over. We already have a high throughput station here, so we just swap it over to bringing in coke, and we'll be good. So that's going to come through here. And red undergrounds. Yeah, 14 a second. That's fine. So that'll be that. The output. This will be the coke input. Each of these brings in 3 coke a second. I think with our hand bonus at this point, 3 a second is fine with 1 blue inserter. If it is not, we'll change it. And then we're also going to have an input of limestone. Let's see. 11.5 limestone a second coming out of now 15 soil. I should have turned this into 16 of these. Oh well. And a water pump. Sure, that's fine. Sweet. That is... as soon as this empties, and I'm kind of surprised that it's not going faster, because that's been our bottleneck on this machine for a while. Or at least I thought it was. Oh, we're out of input ore. That's also a problem. Getting like 3 trains all at once. I turned off the old one, right? It's not requesting... yeah, it is disabled. $33.6. So this should be able to run this as fast as it can bring in... oh, but with fluid trains having been messed up, I wonder if we're behind on fuel. I wonder if that was the issue, if this just wasn't fueled. All right. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it, but hopefully... this is able to keep up with demand now. Maybe not, though. Because I built this for 2 belts of input, right? 32. We're making 33.6, so yes. Problem is, I don't think this is gonna... well, maybe. There's a lot of these buildings. I was gonna say, I don't know if we'll be able to buffer enough of this lime, but you know what? I think we got away with it. So now, this needs to bring in coke as much as possible. And how much is that? 17.5. So I think just a few red inserters will keep this belt saturated. Red inserters, blue inserters on the red belt. I know my colors. And then I guess the other question is, do I want to change this? Not really. This is working. I don't want to mess with it. I could change this so that we get the, like, Coke part of this off of this belt. Because, like, the whole thing is only 24 a second, so, like, I could put a splitter here and bring the Coke up to here. And then we'd have the Coke and the plastic on a belt and stop bringing Coke in here. I don't think it matters. Like, this ultimately will use the same number of deliveries, unless I decide that I need the space in this for another input when I add, like, future processing steps when we get the next antimony tech. Maybe we'll revisit that, but for now, I think it's fine. Zero trains with this stop. There should be multiple. So yeah, it is a fueling issue. I wonder if this needs... a second fuel station. I did that in a couple of places where just the throughput of fuel that one station provided just wasn't enough. Because these are 30 megawatts each. And we have 12 of them. Will this tell me power consumption? Does rate calculator do power? No. Yes. Speed modules reduce fuel usage on do they? Interesting. I would have thought it would be the opposite. So yeah, 11 drills makes 30 a second without speed modules and 214 fuel. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we'll just drop speed modules in then. That's huge. Wait, it doubles consumption, but 40% speed increase. How does that math work out? Now check efficiency. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about those. Yeah, they're worse. So that's not right. All right, well, Twitch is telling me it's ad break clock time, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run, and I guess we'll throw some speed modules in those guys and move on with our lives. Oh, what's wrong with this game? All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes after the ad. We'll get those modules in place. Okay, that math makes sense, Buck Money. Welcome back, everybody. We didn't actually finish this. I got distracted. We still need to do our outputs. And then we can go put those, I guess, speed modules instead of efficiency modules on the antimony drills. We have a fluid output up here, and this is why we did build this to be able to do extra outputs, because we knew we would have additional byproducts as time went on, making changes to the build. And the CO2 here needs to be flagged as high priority. Okay. So that's the lime issue. Should be resolved. Not quite, because this needs to be... something like that. On both sides of the belt, because it's, what, 14 items a second? Something like that? No, just 11. Whatever the number is. Nope, 14. It is 14. Okay. And... yeah, Coke is looking good. That'll be fine. Already a train on the way to fill in that spot. That's fine. Let's go drop off these modules at the antimony drills, and... and then we can rebuild rubber, and hopefully by then we will have... oh, yeah, there's already a delivery of this ready to go. I just need to add it to the mall. Let's do that before we forget. Ooh, do we need a new... we might need a new module. Uh-oh. Question is all of it going to end up in construction zone area? I think it does. And that's inside Logi. So I think we're good. Buffer deposit might not be something we have in storage, but they should figure out how to make it. Yeah! I love this mall. It makes me so happy. I know I say that like every stream, but I'm really proud of it. I'm bad at circuit conditions and stuff, so getting that working felt really good. Why is Bakelite stopped? Bakelite is stopped because zinc? No. Because biomass. Okay. That could be a problem. We might have to start intentionally trying to make biomass? I don't love that. But seems to be the thing. And yet this is running. Why does this keep running? Every time I look, this is running. And this shouldn't be running if we don't have biomass in other places. This is on the V network. Low priority. So this should only get a schedule if something is overflowing with biomass. And yet, like up here... All right, we did get a delivery of biomass. We do only allow one delivery at a time of biomass. But still... I wonder if we're just still recovering from... You do digital hardware design for work, so Factorio circuits are just close enough that they're not too bad, but different enough that it trips you up from your... Yeah. I mean, I'm a software person, right? So, like... It's sufficiently different that I know what I want to do, and I frequently just would rather write a Lewis script than figure out how to do it with a combinator. Oh, we got my favorite built-in train station name. Train stop is full of bees. Why aren't these being built? We're in construction zone. Oh, we don't have landfill. Okay. That's gonna be a problem. All right, there we go. So in the short term, they're going to burn fuel faster, but spit out a bunch more antimony. And eventually they will be... Once they're ahead on the antimony demand, they'll slow down. Although they'll probably saturate a belt with only like half of these running. Yeah, there we go. Already out of fuel. But hopefully we'll get these running again. Because yeah, we're still having ore input issues down here. 4 trains with this destination though, so like it's trying real hard. I would love to see my antimony be not a problem anymore. Let's go get the landfill in the mall. Unfortunately, I hate to run all the way over there, but looking at our to-do list, we really need those fish machines to get built, and that means that we need that new train station built, so gotta do it, unfortunately. All right, now it should be able to... Now it should be able to do what we need there. I guess I should lay down some more... Yeah, roboports are a thing that we keep slightly buffered. There we go. That should give us... I guess I should do the last two. You know what? Let's request a stack of them, and let's just do a bunch. May as well. While I'm here, do some RoboPort expansion. If I get the last track covered, then I don't have to worry about it for any other stations that we are bringing stuff in on, right? So... And is this the last one? No. Couple more. Is that right? Is that in the same spot there? I guess it is. That's horizontal all the way across. Cool. And let's do... this one? This one. And let's fill in this corner. I don't like leaving them steeper than one tile. That should do the trick for coverage of this whole place. At least until the next time I need to expand the tracks is really what's going to happen. Like, if I run out of all of these stations to bring stuff into the mall, we'll have to go to... I'm reserving the 2 or 3 slots here for another batch of train stops if we need them. I mean, hopefully at that point we'll have other better ways of moving materials around. I mean, right, at some point we have the fluid network. Actually, yeah, not too far out. Although biofluid will only do... yeah. Is the worms what I'm... I think the worms might be what I'm thinking of, not the biofluid network. But that's probably very far in the future. I mean... utility science. That's pretty far in the future. That's 4 science packs from now. But it seems like the raw materials for new buildings kind of come in bursts, right? As we get different tiers of things. So... we'll see. Cool, we are getting, it looks like, the new, oh, whoops. Apparently someone made a C-like programming language to generate Combinator blueprints. Nice. Yeah, the trick with it is just handling, like, delays correctly. Yeah, I'm going to need to spend more time looking at this when I'm not streaming. Otherwise, I will get very distracted reading that. But that's cool. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? We got the delivery of the plates. I was an idiot, and I had this set to a negative request amount, so it'll end up with most of them back in its buffer, but a bunch of them should also have been delivered to where they're needed up here. Yeah, and we're making the fish machines now. Excellent. These also use a little bit of latex, I think. Yeah. Cool. Good to see things working. Let's go rebuild rubber. I think the rubber rebuild is going to be... It shouldn't be too bad. There's some weirdness with that because I was trying to be clever, and I did this in a couple of places where I'm trying to be clever and I'm sharing heat generators between two different builds. And I have basically stopped doing that because it's a pain in the ass when I try to upgrade things. But unfortunately, rubber is a very old build. So we're going to have to pretty much tear the whole thing apart and redo it. Yeah, it's this BTX to benzene that's the... And let that run and finish up. I don't know if the Nexilate plate here is just used for that, too, which means I've got a weird input that's coming in, not for the thing that we're trying to make at this build. It's weird. I don't know why I did this. I was trying to save a little bit of train space, I guess. I have since decided that train space is basically free, so... you know. But all of this, I think, needs a rebuild, so we're just gonna... Oh. One of the things I was thinking about as far as combinators is that it should be possible to write, like, a Verilog to combinator compiler fairly straightforwardly. I don't know how useful that would be, but it's definitely possible. Because, like, for combinatorial logic, something like Verilog is a better language than C. But... having something that takes care of thinking about propagation delays and things like that for me would be really nice. Okay. What am I doing here? Rubber. So, if we look in YAFC here, we've got... we need the heat for the multipurpose cracker and for the heavy oil refineries. And those are what make the actual rubber. I'm gonna move the Nexilate out of here for now. I might end up changing this whole benzene BTX build because I'm not sure it's useful. And I'm not sure if I want it here. For now, though, we'll drop the Nexolite down out of the way here. And we'll think about our main rubber output. And this is going to come from, what did I say? 3 heavy oil refineries. I have extras because I requested enough for a clean build. So, do I not have... Oh, shoot. Well, that's going to be a problem. Also, KDE, yes. All right, let's, here, if we do this, we can do this and produce it using this. Add to cursor. At least this way we can get all of our appropriate, like, inputs and outputs. The heavy oil refineries, what I've been doing is just this to kind of bridge them together. That seems to give a good enough. And then what else do we need to bring in here? We need to bring in salt. I guess salt and latex can both come in here. Oh, and phenol needs to come in here as well. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna... end up changing some things here. But I don't really know what I'm doing. Let me do this. I want that to drain. And I want that to drain. Yeah, that should be able to do 2 deliveries from this station if there's anything requesting BTX, which there may not be. We'll see what happens there, if this stuff actually manages to get used. So we got all these guys. We're going to have a coal power plant here. I'll just tuck that there. Or do I want to tuck it at this end? Maybe we tuck it at this end. The only problem with putting it at this end is that it makes some of the belt routing in and out of these stations just a little more difficult. So maybe we do put it at this end. As long as... and this pipe should fit underneath, right? Fire preparation? Is that a fire drill? Oh boy. Scroll down. All right. When was this a thing even? 2020s. Okay. That is simultaneously old, but also so new. Because I'm old. All right. Inputs here. I think we'll grab... I need to decide what's coming in at all of our stations. So I'm going to kind of redo the inputs as I go. But here we'll grab phenol and latex. At least to start. And we need what? 3 a second phenol and almost 3 a second latex. So we can do the good old... Oh, look at that. I love it when a plan comes together. Need to try to accustom yourself to CyberSyn. I mean, it's nice. If you could make vanilla with interrupts work, then that's great. But for something as complex as this, I would be really sad if I was trying to make vanilla work. Are we out of phenol? We are possibly out of phenol. Don't we also do phenol somewhere else as part of... Somewhere else as part of something else. Yeah, that's helpful, Brandon. Cumene distillation. Yeah, all right. So we're going to need more phenol. Either in the form of more cumene distillation, but I think if we want to do that, we're going to need to void acetone more frequently. Or we need to scale up the biophenol here from lignin. Yeah, the CyberSyn docks tell you everything you need to know in a truthful way and also in a very undiscoverable way is my my experience. All right, the other thing that we might need to bring in here is salt. But I think what I actually want to do, since we need like half a belt of salt, is do it in an evaporator, which I didn't really think about. It's just way less trains to send salt water than to send... What do we need? Concrete. We need a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to request that evaporator, and we're going to have to do one trip back up to the mall before this build is done. Sometimes I can just run around and grab the things I need for a random building, but in that case, it's too much. And that is the ash out. We'll add coke to our requests here. Oh. I never put inserters on the creamy latex build. Oops. Fortunately, we're right here. There we go. Now we've got latex slabs coming out, and those are going to start feeding these guys. Cool. Oh. So if we're going to do salt from saline water, we need to bring in another... Not that, but generally the same. We'll think about that. We just want to get it on a belt. And then we're also going to want carbon black, right? So... those will be on a belt together here. Yeah. Although that is a lot of salt. We might need... like that. Then here, we're going to have carbon black on one side and salt on the other. Salt is coming from just one evaporator, which is cool. And carbon black comes from 2 reformers. So let's get those in place. Oh, these are huge. 1, 2... Vacuum is only used for them? Yes. So we'll tuck our vacuum pump, like, right up here. And then we need the... Oh. That is... actually a kind of a problem. There we go. So there's carbon black. The other side of this is where we're going to want to put the evaporator, which I don't have on me. Do I have one floating around somewhere here? Gasifier? No. No. Something like that. Cool. Now we just have the fluid inputs to the rubber, the polybutadiene, and the styrene. The polybutadiene is in a multi-purpose cracker, and that needs heat. So we want to put that, like, here. And that's this one. Input-wise, it needs... this stuff. This is the auto pipe mod serving me well. Indeed. It does save quite a bit of time just fidgeting around with little pipe doodahs. And a water input. And then this is going to also need titanium. What are my remaining solid inputs? We've got the latex and the phenol. We've got coke. Yeah, titanium, I think we can just pull from right here because we don't need that much of it. So, titanium still in here. Actually, right to there, and right to there. And then space for an outfall and a cooling thing. Outfall, cooling tower. Cool. Polybutadiene. Back on. And is that going to pull through enough? Probably not. All right, now I can set the filter on this properly. This needs to be saline water. This tank is going to sit here until we burn through 20,000 aromatics, which actually shouldn't take too long. Okay. Yeah, all of these are sitting on polybutadiene. So now we just need the styrene, which is happening with... Oh, look. Couple more fluid inputs, which means this is not going to be correct. We need ethylene and benzene, everyone's favorite carcinogen. Cool. And then the ethylene and the benzene need to join up with a little bit of iron oxide. Okay. Unfortunately... All right, now I can add iron oxide. Just a little bit. As a treat. And we will use 2 fluidized bed reactors, but let's go up into here. Styrene. And add to cursor, because again, we don't have this recipe yet, so we kind of gotta mess with it. But we'll do these guys like right here. Doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, these are awful. I forgot. The steam is an input. Yep, which is just one boiler at least. We'll just pull that out here. Oh, yep, that's wrong. And the iron oxide will come right down here. Really? There's no iron... Oh, I probably didn't hook this back up, huh? There we go. Now this is going to want to dispatch a bunch of trains. Latex is looking good. So yeah, each of these needs a little bit of iron oxide. We need a little bit of... benzene. Which is going to be... Ooh. Whoops. All right. We got one more delivery of that, which was not ideal. Hopefully this one is not. There we go. That one's doing benzene. There's benzene. And then the other input fluid is Technot. Which one? By green. Oh, you're right. Two of them. Thank you. This is why we changed the blueprint. So that I no longer have to manually do these. Because I always mess them up. Alright, that should be benzene and ethylene hooked up. Unfortunately, this won't actually turn on yet. And hopefully rubber isn't the thing that's slowing down science, because I'm going to be real sad if I have to try to make rubber work with science. But right now it looks like it's automation science packs, which are getting delivered. We were having issues with those because of small parts, which was molten iron. Molten iron is chugging along. Xylanol is still not looking great. And is that still... I mean, crude oil inputs are kind of struggling to keep up here, aren't they? But as long as we're not backing up on... Yeah, naphtha there is doing fine. BTX might be a problem, and we turned off this BTX to benzene build that was running down here, right? So I guess it shouldn't surprise us if we're having issues. Speaking of, is this voided yet? No, not yet. This one is, right? We're down to 10K. Take that apart. But the benzene we're still waiting to get rid of. Now you want to play Factorio again? The factory must grow. Okay, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. And hopefully I'll be able to make it to the mall and grab this evaporator and come back as well before the break is over. And then we will... hopefully... we'll see what else we have to do to try to get rubber running. And then we'll finish hot air afterwards. We might be able to do fish now, though. Yeah, looks like it. So we'll probably do fish when we're back from the ad. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate everyone hanging around through the break. I did not make it up to grab that evaporator. I didn't make it to my desk in time, so we're gonna go over there now. We'll grab that evaporator, and we'll grab all the stuff for fish. And we can get fish upgraded. I'm gonna need to keep an eye on... I didn't realize I hadn't gotten this tech yet, so... hopefully... there's enough rubber, like, buffered around the base for science to finish this tech. But if things really fall over, like, I can always hand deliver. We probably have some rubber buffered in the old base. I mean, I don't have a chest, but, like, there's a lot of rubber here. There's probably a bunch of rubber in the mall as well. I must have rubber going to the mall. Yeah. So, like, we got options. We should be able to bring rubber back out if we need to get it to science. But hopefully we have enough and the new build turns on and everything is hunky-dory. I think all of these weird buildings are from the old build. And then the other thing we need to be thinking about is... Okay, we did have something come in and pull a load out of the BTX, so we might be doing okay here as far as keeping... The thing we're concerned about right now is keeping xylanol production unblocked, because that's what we need for iron. We do also need grease for some metals, but it's in smaller quantities, so... Yeah, petroleum gas, no problem. A little bit of flue gas. Heavy oil doesn't block. It runs off the same... low distillates pipe that we run xylanol off of. So if heavy oil is backed up, that's actually good for xylanol. I'm gonna throw just a few thousand landfill into storage. Here, let me do this. Let me get a... That way the bots here have it. If I'm doing anything remotely and it needs to cover up some water, I don't have to come back and do the landfill myself. Getting landfill... I really should get asphalt and landfill to the mall. I've been saying this for weeks now. Maybe that's a thing we can do if we need to kill some time while we're waiting for a tech, is get asphalt and landfill hooked up to the mall. And that way I can stop spending so many slots on asphalt and landfill. Like, I carry this much of it with me because I have to go pick it up in weird places. And if it's at the mall, I only have to keep, you know, a couple of stacks, and I don't have to stock up. And that'll keep my inventory a little bit happier as well. Did I not pick up the... Oh, I just straight up did not pick these up. Wow. We're off to a good start today. I got like 5 hours of sleep last night, and I know that already. Like, I'm a little scatterbrained, so it's gonna be worse today than usual even, and I apologize for that. We're just gonna cope. We're gonna deal with it. Fortunately, this is all paved now. It doesn't take that long to walk back to the mall. Is this rubber? Yeah, that's rubber. Yeah, if we need to hand deliver some rubber around, the mall has lots. We will be able to get this this tech researched. That was the wrong thing. All right, there we go. Now we got the evaporator, and we have the stuff to upgrade fish. Something I didn't necessarily check is for fish rendering, we're outputting a total of what? 2.88, 5.76. Okay, 8.64 items a second. We might also have to upgrade some of central animal management to red belts while we're doing this down there. I've been thinking about doing that for a while anyway, but we already have like 2 or 3 belts of animal products being shuffled around. Really, I should refactor a whole bunch of the ways that I'm doing it, but I think I need to be better about splitting all of the animal products, like, from each individual animal processing station. Right now, it merges it all together into one big belt and then splits things off, and it's that center belt that's just way oversubscribed, right? If we take a look at that here, went too far the other way. Here, yeah, it's these 2 belts, right? And one of these does have fish coming off of it, but this is gonna be like, when I upgrade these, and throw speed modules into them, my concern is that, yeah, this is more than half a belt, and we're merging it in with these guys. So I think we at the very least need to do that. Nope. Thanks, I hate it. Actually, what we can do instead, I think, is if I pull this to here. There we go. So maybe that's fine, because everything else comes up on its own, like, 3rd belt. So yeah, and these are running at what will be full speed, right? They're going to run out of fish shortly. But that's a different issue. That's just, I need to do this. But yeah, when these guys are all running full speed, do we have total products that are more than 15, right? So that's 4.8 plus 4.8 is 9.6. 11. No, I think we're just under. So as long as this belt is just fish and rocks, then I think we're going to be okay. And then the bigger question is, like, when we're merging in all these different belts of, like, meat and guts and whatever else, do we have too much of any of those products coming through that need to be dealt with? But that's a different story. Does seem fine. Oh, I'm probably not dealing with all the output correctly, though. Yeah, we're gonna want yellow inserters on the outputs of these two. Which means that I actually don't know if it's fine yet. I mean, I think it's okay. I think we're just under a belt a second of total output. I think it'll all merge together fine. We'll have to keep an eye over here if any of these belts, again, are starting to cause issues. But if it does look like meat or guts or anything is backing up, we can upgrade those to red belts if we need to. And fish is up here. Fish, I think I just did as an in-place upgrade, right? We have 20 of these. Yeah. So we're just doing a... Oh. Cool. So that should now be significantly more fish. And... yeah, that's almost 5 a second fish now. It all still fits on one belt. I think we're good there. And at rubber here, drop off this evaporator. And this can make more than half a belt a second of salt, but we only need half a belt a second, so. Okay. We need more phenol, obviously. We need latex, obviously. Why is latex not getting delivered? Like, there's a bunch of it. Is that the issue? Yes, I think that was the issue. Was I had this set at a ridiculous request threshold. Not sure how I did that, but it will fix itself now. So yeah, polybutadiene is good. The styrene, I think, is gonna be good as soon as we get iron oxide delivered. And then that'll run. So I think that's it there. All right, I need to keep a close eye on when science is stopping and making sure that I know why and that it's not critical. And it does seem like we're just still catching up on automation science packs. So I'm not too worried about it. If those are the only ones causing me grief right now, then that's pretty good. Xylanol seems like it's keeping up. Molten iron is still fairly small amount. Molten steel is fully buffered. Excellent. Well, I say that. Not quite. 37K. So, like, yeah, as always, takes a little while for everything to catch up. But hopefully if this is running consistently now, if we've solved the Xylanol issue, then we should see molten iron catch up. I hope. I really hope. Xylanol is blocked on low distillates. Low distillates are blocked on crude. Do we really not make enough crude oil? Zero trains with this stop. 240,000. How are we out up here? All right, there's one, and that's crude oil. That one's crude oil. Okay. I think we're just moving through crude oil faster than the trains can arrive. So what I may need to do is add a second buffer tank to this so we can increase the request amount for crude oil. And that way the Cybersyn will dispatch more trains, basically, to keep it topped up. Because Cybersyn will only dispatch as many trains as there's current demand for, not as many as it thinks it doesn't know the throughput requirements. So you teach it throughput requirements by giving it bigger buffers to fill, basically. And what you do when you do that is the empty space in the buffer turns into a larger number of trains that are being dispatched, and the buffer will stabilize at some portion full with so many trains en route. And that many trains en route will more or less keep the system at a stable. All right, so we got another tank. We need to hook this up. Here, and then we can change this to minus 140. Allow lots of trains. Allow lots of trains at the crude oil mine. And hopefully now this is going to end up dispatching. Yeah, this is going to dispatch a bunch of trains. And that should help it to keep itself more full more often. How are small parts doing for me right now? Okay, they do have a good buffer of molten iron, so our molten iron has been catching up. I keep looking at molten iron and seeing there's no iron at iron processing, but like this is good that this is sitting at 60,000. Small parts are still, well, they're still catching up. But if we, I guess we can check the demand for small parts. Yeah, okay. It's actually all currently being fulfilled. We're sending small parts to all the places that need them. I'm happy with that. And that means molten iron might be catching up. Maybe not yet. And back here, yeah, there's still 5 trains en route, but they are all pretty close to being here, so hopefully once we get enough of the actual deliveries back to back, this will stabilize. If, like, 5 trains being en route isn't enough to keep this running, then we're going to have bigger problems. I don't know what I scaled this build to. 600 a second? Yeah. So that's going to be multiple trains en route at all times, for sure. And then my other concern is, if I do get this trying to run full speed consistently, are we going to start to see BTX or naphtha causing us issues again? Will we have to... increase our capability to deal with those byproducts? Okay. Oh, but that's good. We got a xylitol train coming. And iron is doing... Iron... That train might even make it before we use that up. We'll, it'll be right on the edge. We'll see if we get lucky. Antimony is also doing better. Has it started to buffer at this end? Oh yeah, we're fully backed up on that. So that's good. Antimony ore is finally, like, dealt with. Yeah, 4 trains on the way. But this is running much more consistently. This coal is well buffered. Cool. Oh, look at that. Look at all that antimony. Okay. I'm very happy to see that. So how are we doing up here? Are we just running? It's all just running. It's all just running. It's all running. All of Mech Parts 1 is running. I know that doesn't sound like an achievement, because, like, Mech Parts 1 is from... a long time ago, but it's an achievement. Getting this running consistently has been incredibly difficult. We have gearboxes buffered even. Wow. Shafts not so much yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Shafts take a while to end up on their way to, yeah, here we go. They're going up now. On their way to storage here, because we have to buffer shafts for gearboxes, and then also on this belt over to the final machine parts, mechanical parts rather. So there's just a lot of shafts that, when shafts start running, we have a lot of belt that needs to be filled up with shafts. But as long as the system is running consistently, that's not a problem. It's just, it's never been running consistently, so every time it turns on, it needs to refill the buffer. Brakes are looking good. Cool. Now I can start worrying about Mech Parts 2. Alright, these need shaft mark 1s. That's just a matter of time now. Gearbox Mark 2s are waiting on advanced small parts. That might just be rubber. Utility boxes want Bakelite. Oh, that's right. I saw that that was an issue, and I need to look into it. Electronics are also waiting on Bakelite. Yeah. Bad Touch. ATR, thank you so much for the follow. You're the second person who's come in today and followed saying you just started watching on YouTube. So I don't know what the YouTube algorithm is doing, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for coming by the stream. Yeah, advanced small parts. Advanced small parts and Bakelite are the things that look like they've been blocking here. Bakelite, I think we said, was a phenol issue. Yes. I should also double check that we make enough Bakelite. I don't know if I double checked that one when I did everything else, but we're going to have to do more phenol. That probably means rebuilding this, because we can prod phenol, right? Yeah. So we'll do this, but bigger and with prod. We'll figure out how much phenol we need. I want to build this big enough that it can handle all of our phenol demand. Realistically, we're getting some from cumene distillation, but until we find a use for more of the acetone, we can't rely on it. So we need to make sure that we get enough from just making it directly, I think. So let's do the do. Like 10. That's, 80 hours down, 500 hours to go. All right, fish is done. We did this. We have new hot air that we need to look at. Naphtha is done. All of this is done. Wow. All right, Bakelite is used in Mech Parts 2 and printed circuits. 1 a second and 5.7 a second, so we need like 7 a second. Why am I like this? Why did I ever think I had enough? Okay. I actually think for some things, spoilage makes it easier. Like, here, and instead of doing spreadsheets, let's talk about my base. That's more interesting. So like at Pi Science 2 here, we need Paragen and solidified Sarkarus, and the recipe that makes Paragen also makes a little Sarkarus, but not quite enough Sarkarus. So the build is a lot simpler if I just make a little extra Paragen and then let that decay to Sarkarus instead of like needing to build the exact ratios. I'm also definitely relying on decay for some of my plutonium handling. Like, I have warehouses of plutonium that are just going to turn into uranium isotopes any hour now. Otherwise, I would have to do a bunch more plutonium reprocessing to get the amounts of things that I need out. So it definitely it helps with some things. But like a ton of the animal processing stuff, that's awful, right? Like, we're making optical fiber next to central animal processing here because these stupid photophores decay in like 5 minutes and can't be put on rails for that reason. So it definitely does force some things, but all right, let's we need to upgrade Bakelite. We need a lot of zinc chloride if we're gonna do I have a better Bakelite recipe? No. Do I have a better zinc chloride recipe? No. Well, I mean, this is all fine. None of these are super huge quantities, but like, I mean, that's a lot of phenol and that's a lot of biomass, right? And formaldehyde might be an issue too. Yeah, we make 50 a second. We use 20 a second for melamine resin. 20 a second there, so that's already 40 a second. And I'm saying for Bakelite, I'm going to want 25. So yes, we do need to upgrade. Probably do like that. Sorry, like that. So, formaldehyde needs a bump. Bakelite needs a bump. We're definitely going to have to bump phenol. Especially if I want... Yeah, our central phenol build to be able to work without... Oh, that's an interesting recipe. I don't know if I could rely on it, but it's an interesting recipe. Anyway, let's get all of our demand for phenol on the board. 3, 4.3. Oh, I didn't even double check. No, we need more epoxy too. Scaling this up to actual capabilities. Yeah, we need to double epoxy. Uh, 415. 2 of those machines. 1.2. .64. There we go. And then does this also prod? This prods and this prods. Okay. So we do need to increase epoxy. And formaldehyde. Oh, and I guess we should switch these over to Mark IIs while we're here. Bakelite, and then phenol. So 2.22 here, plus 18.8, so that's like 21, 24, 29 a second. We can prod this at every step. All right, that's the build. Uh, cool. That's a huge build. I mean, it's not huge, but it's not small. And what are my concerns with this? Well, one, 30 a second out. So we're going to need to start using a high throughput station here. Probably also at the Bakelite Inn. Yeah. 32 a second Coke is a lot of... Oh, no, we're not doing that. No. Sorry, that's electric. we have efficiency modules now. We're doing that electric. So really the issue is the sodium hydroxide. Which, like... Oh, if we prod all these steps, the loop doesn't close anymore. It makes extra limestone. Oh no. Hadn't even considered that. But like, okay, that's like a belt out of Coke for this to make its own hydroxide on site, and I just have to feed it a bunch of limestone to bootstrap it. Because it's a closed loop on limestone. And then salt extraction, which you can't prod. That makes sense. Wait. No, that doesn't make... Why can I prod this and get infinite limestone, but I can't prod this and get infinite salt? I guess this still has the Coke input and the CO2 output and some other things. But whereas this would just be a very simple closed prod loop if you could prod these. Yeah, how much hydroxide are we making right now? That's a question. Some. Like a belt. Okay. But this would end up using like a belt on its own for this scale of phenol. Even prodded. So... Did I say non-zero? I didn't even. That has been part of my my vocabulary for a non-zero number of years. I used to program computers. I spent a lot of time with programmers and mathematicians. I mean, I still do program computers, just nobody pays me to do it anymore. Okay, so we could maybe just make this sodium hydroxide build bigger. Like, even if we're not going to prod this, if we just slap down tier 2 buildings here and a red belt on the output and make this a, well, make this a bulk output, that gives us like 30 a second hydroxide out of this build, and then I don't have to really worry about it. We also, of course, can increase our... Can't find it. This one. For making chlorine. And in fact, it looks like we need to. This is stopped. What's wrong? Oh. Throughput issues. All right, maybe I'm not going to do sodium hydroxide on site then. Yes, we have to bring in a lot of it, but, like, we can make that much sodium hydroxide. That's fine. And then the lignin spoils in 5 minutes, and that's going to be, like, the tough thing. Same with the cellulose, right? That's like a 5-minute spoil time. 10 minutes. I guess I could still do direct insertion, right? We can do 25 multipurpose crackers and 25 biofactories. And that way we don't we don't have to deal with putting these things on belts. It's a few extra buildings, but okay. Let's do that. Do a requester warehouse. Turns out I had a section named Phenol from the last time I built Phenol. Now I should be able to name this Phenol. I should maybe clean out any of these that aren't in use. I should be better about doing this more regularly. And I just deleted some that are in use because the screen moved. I'm mad. Did it actually break anything? I don't think it broke anything. But the window moved on me, like it resized itself or something. Always trash, hot air. Yeah, my regular inventory group. Oh no. Okay. It's still here, it just lost the group name. That's fine. That was sketchy. Let me double check. Are we making... We're making those. We're making those. We might need tier 2 biofactories, multipurpose crackers, DDCs we should be making. Let's just double check we have all of these in the... Multipurpose crackers. Yeah, DDCs. Do I make tier 1 DDCs down here? I know I thought about doing that. I do, yeah. They're just used in so many other buildings. All right, the only issue is we may or may not get all of the modules we need for this build. This is the new hot air that's waiting on a tech. All right, we're going to need a few other builds that need upgrading, right? Epoxy needs an upgrade. So let's get that shopping list. And give it a name. This is just so when I open these chests, I can see what the heck these requests are actually for. Formaldehyde, same deal. And Bakelite. I think the problem is these are all need buttloads of modules. So yeah, we need like 1,000 control panels. And I don't know how close we are to actually getting a delivery of those. And I mean, we're making them. That's a good sign. Oh, cool. It's actually about to do a real delivery. So I'm not even going to hand deliver that. I'm just going to wait. And what about the other ingredients in modules? Electronics, we have 3,000. Utility boxes, we only have 400. So we're going to run out of utility boxes too. How are we on those down here? That's one of the things that's blocked on Bakelite. Okay. So I think I want to grab... I'm going to hand deliver these utility boxes back to the mall, I think is what I'm going to do. Oh, and thank you. I also like this avatar. My birthday is coming up in a couple of weeks, and I have buried in my closet, I need to dig it out, a little, like a plastic flower tiara with blinking LED lights in it, and that's absolutely getting dug out of my closet for my birthday. And I'm going to look even more like my avatar than I usually do. What was I doing? I already look a lot like my avatar, or my avatar looks a lot like me, I should say, but... Yeah, because these guys are, yeah, we're not gonna get enough Bakelite coming to all of these things until we get all of these steps upgraded, and it's a lot of steps that need upgrades. So we will hand deliver these utility boxes. I do not wear a crown of flowers every day. As delightful as that sounds. I feel like petals falling out of my hair would become a pain in the butt to keep clean. All right, Twitch is telling me that it wants to run an ad break in just a few more seconds, which is fine. We did fish We're waiting on a tech for hot air. Rubber should be good. When we come back from the break, we're probably still going to be waiting on a bunch of the modules we need. Is there an item in GTNH for that? I'll see if I can find it. When we come back from the break, I might finally do molybdenum because I have the buildings for that. Or we might go clean up some stuff that's left around from builds we've replaced. While we're waiting for the mall. Yeah, I'm going to step away and get some water while the ad runs. I appreciate everyone sticking around through the break, and I will see y'all in just a few minutes. And we're back. Sorry about that. Okay, what was I doing? I started looking at this during the break. Why? Because I noticed that these weren't being made because we don't have nickel plate. Do we already try to cast nickel plate down here? No. Okay. And it seems like our nickel is maybe just barely keeping up, although we do have probably a bunch more demand, you know, getting nichrome going, and I think there was one other thing, maybe? I'm not sure. Regardless, I think we just had a lot of demand for molten nickel relatively recently. So, I guess I can check this. Okay, it is just nichrome. So yeah, we sucked down all of our nickel, making a bunch of nichrome is what happened. And that's fine. We need the nichrome, and it's good that we're now fully buffered on it. So I think I do need to request... Where are we here? These guys need the chemical plants. Modules are going to get built slowly. But they should have a lot more utility boxes now. Yeah, it's just the control panels. Control panels should be on their way shortly, if they're not already. Oh, it stopped. Darn it. Oh no! Also on Bakelite. Okay. So I'm going to have to go down and hand deliver control panels too, unfortunately. Didn't want to, but... Let's, molten nickel here, and add it to the requests here. Woo. Nickel. Nickel plate here. That should be good for that. Hot air. And then we just need to bring in the molten nickel. Cool. So that'll eventually get nickel plate in the mall for us again. I don't think I'm shipping it in. I think any nickel plate that we've used has been nickel plate that's been, like, delivered from the old mall, just random Logi storage stuff. So, yeah, that is, that remains its own special place. I think What are we... Right, I need to go get the control panels. Yeah. Because I got the utility boxes, but unfortunately the control panel build... I thought it was going to get the delivery on its own, and it stopped like 20 short. So we're going to have to do that by hand. Hopefully that'll be enough parts for the modules that we need to get all of these builds done. Because, yeah, Bakelite is running at like a third of the capacity that we actually need right now. And obviously that's not going to work long term. Oh, these guys are running. Interesting. Oh, they did manage to get a delivery of Bakelite. Yeah. I mean, they'll come through every once in a while, but it's not going to be enough to keep the whole system running, right? Not consistently. And we don't want to wait for the round-robin scheduler to eventually get around to bringing the deliveries where we need them. We need to get rid of the bottleneck, right? So we will hand deliver these, and then we'll grab whatever we need. So in the meantime, I need to double check science again. I cannot assume that the pauses are manageable. Yeah, like we're out of automation science packs and they're running now, but it looks like they had stopped for a little while. Oh, never mind. We just got the delivery. Cool. So it is working. So this is just waiting on a bunch of modules. This has all of its modules for the hot air rebuild, but we're waiting on tech for that. This is waiting on nickel for Bakelite. I think I should be able to do formaldehyde and epoxy now. No, we're still waiting on chemical plants for epoxy. Formaldehyde, yes, though. Wherever the heck we make that. Right here. That's a very simple upgrade in place. Okay. Yeah. No problem there. And we need that for Bakelite alongside the phenol upgrade. And epoxy is a separate thing, where epoxy is just going to become a limiting thing on mechanical parts if we don't upgrade it. But we should do it while we're doing everything else, right? We are making modules again, it looks like. So that is good. I see blue modules and red modules being made. And green modules. We only need 200 of these. Almost 300 of these. Yeah. I wonder if I could... I think this is acting as a diode here. I could replace this diode with a decider combinator and say, don't output the claim signal if the number of, oh no. Because then an unlimited number of these would try to craft. I was like, I guess it would have to be on the input. We would say, where we currently filter by the green, right? We say, these are all the things that are claimed. Take them out of the selection, right? What we would want to say is, like, take out... Like, we could have them... No, what I'm trying to say is, I think I could have them be a little bit smarter about how they filter for jobs that have been claimed, so that when there are very large jobs of, 300 prod modules or things like that, that more than one module could try to grab them. I'm just trying to remember how this works. So we say red minus green. All right. Red is this. And that says... Oh, here we go. We multiply red by green. So what this is this is the total count of all items that are claimed, are what will flash to the output of this. Yeah. And I subtract that from the total count of all available items. So what I think I would want to do is I would want to make this like I'd need to clamp this, right? We'd want to say, like, for each of these, if they're bigger than 100, output 100. Otherwise, output the total amount. And then that would give us a... Can do that with 2 deciders, right? So we say for each signal greater than 100, output each at input count. Well, no, output each at 100. For each signal less than or equal to 100, output each at input count. And if we tie those together, what we should have is, yeah. So that's what we would want to do, is clamp. If we put this clamp in between here, which tells us... I don't even need this subtractor. No, because I'm multiplying input together. That's right. So yeah, what we do is we grab all the claimed items and subtract them from the requests. So if I clamp the total of claimed items before it goes into the next stage, then that would give us... that would let large jobs be spread between multiple modules. I don't know if I'm going to do that now, but, like, in theory, doable. I think I would somehow want them to also be able to, like, release as the total request count went down, right? So, like, above 100, you get a second one. Above 200, you get a third one. And then once it falls below 200, they need to start saying, okay, there's too many machines working on this. So there's more I want to do there. And also, I can't just replace this wire with those combinators because I need the propagation delay on these 2 paths to be the same. So I need another buffer here. And then I'm getting into, like, wanting to double check the propagation delay of the whole thing, because I think there's still some propagation delay bugs in this. Some race conditions. So for now, we're just going to have to wait for 261 prod modules. I think only 60 of those 260 are coming to these guys down here, because this requests 200. Yeah. You know, we buffer a bunch of them. So in the future, as long as we're actually consistently able to make prod modules, we shouldn't have this issue where we need to make 300 of them at a time anymore. We're not getting nickel. Is that because we didn't get molten nickel yet? Almost certainly. Yep. All right. We're just waiting for nickel to be buffered enough. Are we having production issues with? Nah. I mean, that looks like it's been pretty consistent the past 7 hours, 8 hours. So we're good. We're just, probably there's an upgraded nickel processing soon that we'll want to switch to. Yeah. But again, I think most of that molten nickel went to making a lot of nichrome all at once. And it should stabilize now. I'm not worried about the our overall nickel demand, honestly. All right, what can we be doing in the meantime? Rubber 3 is almost done. That's good. This build... Oh, the phenol build is actually theoretically good to go. I just need the modules for it. Okay. Hot air is good to go, but we're waiting on tech. This is... There we go. So that's the phenol rebuild. No, it's not. Because I said I still wanted to do these as direct insertion. All right, that should be fine there. And then these are formaldehyde. Formaldehyde is good to go. Maybe we should just go do formaldehyde real quick, because that's a quick build. Because we need to wait for a few more buildings here. Those shouldn't be problematic. We just have to wait for them all to actually get them built. There's a lot of inputs to these, so the bots just take a little while to move things around. And hopefully by then we also will have caught up a little bit on modules, and maybe we'll have caught up a little bit on these guys, the nickel, the chemical plants. But formaldehyde is easy. So let's go do formaldehyde. Oh, and actually, before I even do that, bad touch, I still owe you your name on the Wall of Fame. I still have... There's always room. I will make room. There we go. In the even versus odd number of categories, or even versus odd number of letters categories. And You like your name are odd. Yeah, you're the minority. Well, maybe not the minority for being odd, but the minority for having an odd number of letters in your name. We're all odd here. What am I looking for? Formaldehyde. And while I'm here, while I'm thinking about it, good time to drop some lights in. You think that's it? Oh, the modules would help. But other than that, yes, that's it. All right. 50% more formaldehyde. Well, no, more than that. 50% plus broad. Whatever that amounts to. $80% more in total, I think. Because it ends up being the 50% turns into 60% with 20% prod plus 20% of what was already there. So yeah, 80% more. We're gonna run out of science packs right before this gets done. How's other stuff doing, though? This looks like, yeah, we got all the buildings for it. So the question is, will it fit here? Because this is 10, 20. I think it'll still fit here. We just have to flip it vertical. So we'll do like 10, 25 in a row here, and then here, and then here. So we'll take apart the whole thing and do that. So that should be fine. I don't need to worry about, I mean, even though I'm making the extra multi-purpose crackers and biofactories, like, they just won't be running full speed because of the, because it's all direct insertion. So we should be okay on, like, our total amount of input stuff that we need, I hope. Yeah, we're still waiting on... Still waiting on nickel. I'm willing to bet that nickel... Oh, it just hasn't hit 25 yet. Okay. I wonder if nickel ore throughput is a problem for us right now. 2 trains at the stop. The stop is still blue inserters. But I think nickel is only 1 belt of ore input, right? So, like, eh? Yeah. It's only 1 belt. Surprised if we're having problems, but maybe. All right, let's do a big phenol build. This is going to be fun. And by fun, I mean absolutely disgusting. Oh, I probably also do need to think about doubling sodium hydroxide. I talked about that and then didn't do it. Did we manage to fix... The answer is not really. Pulls 800 a second. Yeah, we might need another tank here. Just do the same thing we've done. Sorry, I'll zoom out. I know those electrolyzers are loud. Do the same thing we've done in some other places where we're having trouble with throughput. And we can just put 2 tanks in and... Because, yeah, this just isn't getting enough deliveries. And the way to do that, again, is to tell Cybersyn that, yes, there's room for more stuff. Send more trains. I could also do that by biasing our request amounts, but I don't really want to bias the request amount to be more than we can actually store, because then if demand drops, Cybersyn is still going to dispatch those trains, and they won't do the thing. Something that could be interesting to play with is to, like, calculate how much we would need of the input fluid in order to fill an output buffer and use that for our request amount. And then it would just keep sending trains until the output buffer was full. That's a fascinating thought. I don't know if it's a good thought, but it's a fascinating thought. All right, that's the bare minimum that I can do here. Yeah, now we've got 4 trains on the way. Can we get 5? Do I hear 5 trains? No. We might not have enough saline water available for it to dispatch 5 trains all at once. But this will help with our hydroxide production. And probably also our chlorine. I don't know if I have another chlorine production method, so... Well, we have this. Do I have honk and or brake squeal for the trains? No, just the default sound effects. I don't have any, like, added mod sounds. I think there's a slight brake squeal in the default train sounds, but it's not like a major. What am I looking for? Chlorine. Okay. Well, I have a chlorine void. So Other than that, we're caught up on chlorine, so it seems like either we're getting enough spare guts for most of our chlorine production, or something else. Not sure. There's probably other byproducts, like other places we make chlorine as a byproduct, so... what that means is that, like, yes, getting this to run more consistently will be good, and I want to see this chlorine buffer buffered. But we may not get a huge amount of extra sodium hydroxide from this, because this may not run very continuously. All right, that's one thing fixed, though. Let's do phenol. We got the stuff in our inventory. I don't think this is going to be a bad build. It's just a biggish build. And we're, you know, anytime we're retrofitting a biggish build into a... into an existing spot, I always get a little nervous about making it all fit, but I think in this case, we'll be fine. Oh. We are logless. Why are we logless? Wow. That's actually horrifying. Well, I'm glad I'm prodding the wood input to this. CO2 looks fine. Muddy sludges, I mean, there's not heaps of it, but, like, it's coming through. We've got moss. We've got ash. Ooh, are we running low on moss? Look at that. There's a gap in the moss. How is the moss build doing? That's a lot of moss. Ooh, yeah, look at that. You cannot tell me that we don't have enough stone. Game. Factorio with Pyanodons. It feels like a big game of whack-a-mole sometimes. Some of that is on me for the way that I have designed or not designed some things in the base. But yeah, it does sometimes feel like a big game. Did I not put outserters on this? I didn't put outserters on the rubber. All right, well, before I tear up phenol, let's go whack-a-mole. Where am I going? Is it this one? Yes. Fortunately, between the quick start mod that gives me legs and having everything paved. Like, it doesn't take that long to move around the base. What are we doing? 2.5 a second? All right. There we go. A new rubber is, yes, 7.5 a second. Good. Old rubber we no longer have, so actually let's delete this sheet and rename this one. This is now just rubber. Cool. And also here. But now that this is running, it's going to start taking up a huge amount of our phenol, so... back we go to the phenol build. So this, if we look at what we're going to have for inputs, it's like half a belt of logs, half a belt of coke, and an entire belt of sodium hydroxide. More than a belt of sodium hydroxide. I mean, all of this just has to be torn up and redone. I think this is just going to become a high throughput drop-off. And if I'm lucky... no. We need to deal with some of this stuff in our inventory. There we go. All right. The output of this also needs to be upgraded. Yeah, fortunately, the output is not as big of a deal to clean up. And this is going to be a high throughput pickup now. Because we're going to have like 30 phenol a second coming out of this build. At least we're going to have a lot less ash coming through because we're going to have a lot less... we're going to be using electric boilers instead of coke boilers. When I set this up, my Electricity was not doing great, so obviously some things ended up a little weird. Normally, especially now that I have efficiency modules, electric boilers are a much better choice, right? So, first step is we need to make wood. And that is 8 wood processing units. And that comes from half a belt of log. All right. Half a belt of log, like half a belt of coke. And the rest is sodium hydroxide, coming in as fast as we can deliver it. I might honestly need a bigger chest here so we can request more sodium hydroxide all at once, but we'll see what we end up with. Wood processing units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Making wood, rotted. Don't know why that happens. Finally, there we go. It's always important to struggle with the controls for a little bit during any build. So each of these guys just brings in 1 log a second. All right, that is... fine. Sweet. That is wood. And then we have... this is going to be like a triple stacked belt of wood. And that's fine. And I guess we just pull it straight down. And the first thing we go into is biofactories making cellulose. And that's 2 wood in. And then we also need the sodium hydroxide, but we're going to deal with that in a second because that's going to be a shared belt between this and the next step. So we're going to get in the multi-purpose crackers. And these are the guys that need the heat. And each of these guys is making lignin. We want our cellulose belt coming through here. Sorry, not cellulose. Sodium hydroxide belt coming through here. And this actually needs to be a red belt. And then we will have steam coming through to each of these guys. All right. so these all pull in one of those and one of those. Are we out of something? Yes, we're out of underground belts. Actually, we should have had just enough of them. $48. Yeah, I should have 2 of those still. I do not. Huh. Well, alright then. What has happened here is that... I'm not sure. So, sodium hydroxide. And I'm hoping that for 19 sodium hydroxide a second, with a stack boost, we're okay. Or stack boost, hand size bonus. We should be good here. So this needs to go under here, which somehow I do not have the underground belt for. That's fine. All of these guys, oof. We gotta hook up all of these things to needing an input circuit condition. And they all need to be enabled if our output is less than whatever phenol stacks to. All right. That should do the trick. And then I just have to hook that up to the right output, which is here. So, like... that should theoretically do it. And then this phase looks good. I do have to do the water boiling still. Oh, and we need our coal power plants somewhere as well. 8 of them, which is a lot of coal power plants. Okay. It is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run the ad. I need to get a little bit more water. I recommend y'all do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as people. And when we're back from the ad break, we will try to get this build finished up. We got to figure out where we want to put all the power plants. And then the last stage of the build, at least, is easy. So I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for waiting through the break. As always, I really appreciate it. We need to think about this a little further. Well, one, we have the last step, which is the DDC at the end, which, oh no, doesn't fit. Okay, I need to rebuild this whole design. Awesome. Awesome. I kind of forgot the DDCs were one tile bigger than all these. So all of this has to be redone. But we also have to deal with something that I didn't really have myself ready to deal with, which is the biocrud out, the potential biocrud out. So I think we want to do it like that. And then we can bring the biocrud belt here and here. And then we need to leave a gap So it's actually like that. Gonna get through this one any minute now. Uh-huh. How's it going, Kellen? Good to see you. Let me... What am I doing? DDC. DDC here. Another lunch break visit. I always appreciate it. What are we making? We're making phenol from lignin. That's what we're making. And we need modules for that. And then we're going to have a inserter passing lignin through. Like that. And then our output is 1.2 a second. That's fine. We will also do that. And we also, again, want to make sure that we do phenol and biocrud. I think that does it, more or less. Now we just have to copy and paste that 25 more times. The build is supposed to be 25 buildings, and that's what I originally grabbed. During the break, I did queue up one more of each of these down at the mall. They're probably done by now. There we go. And that's just because it makes the output easier if I can do, you know, half a belt from each side, right? Instead of needing to figure out instead of trying to figure out how to get one of the inserters like half and half on each side of the belt, because that always goes poorly. Never works consistently. It's 9. 11. 13. And then 13 again. I think that's it. I think that's what we want. Other than one of each of these buildings not being built, which is expected. Probably need a couple more underground reds as well. That's also expected. Get our belts here. Sweet. So now we just need to hook up our outputs. Oh, the phenol output needs to be... Shoot, that's a red belt. Because this is 30 items a second, not... My adventure, as always, is hectic and slightly disorganized. That should work for the output of... You want to build one of these giant factories so bad? It's quite fun. There's nothing stopping you, you know. Doing okay for a new kid. Yeah. I only have like 600 hours in this. Which legitimately for Pi is not that long. Cool. That all filled in. And we didn't shoot. It's the little things like this. Strictly speaking, I don't have to do this, but it'll just waste a bunch of wood, right? $170 for green. Doesn't seem awful. Where did I end up for Logi? Okay, so a little over 100 for me, but 170 is not that slow. That was with having played Pi up to like Pi 1 in the past, so. $81 is speedy. What I don't have here is... Oh, yeah. We gotta do... inputs for... the sodium hydroxide into the first stage. Because I forgot about that. $600 is 25 days. Oh boy. That makes it sound in some ways less impressive than the than feeling like I've spent game. It's gonna undo all of these because it was all one continuous drag. Carefully at the end. Okay, there's heat. And all of this heat comes from 8 of these guys. And then Coke. In. And I'm hoping with the super high temperature that these guys can reach, they'll be able to just pass through enough thermal energy to each other that the 8 of them in a row works, and that I don't have to do anything else. I'm going to be sad if I have to do anything else. Each of these guys will use, what, 4 megawatts, and a Coke is 5 megajoules, so maybe a gray inserter is good enough with hand bonus accounted for. What do we get? Oh, hot air. Excellent. Yeah, I've started being very deliberate with building further apart in this base so that I can expand existing builds rather than having to do completely fresh ones. It is very easy to build yourself into a corner in this game if you're not planning to expand. All right, these guys are warming up quickly. Required temperature is 1.5K. All right. What's the max temp on these? Like 2K? Yeah. I mean, even this, like some of these builds down here, I felt like I was really spreading out, and now I'm like, I have no space to put anything in here. And I've been spreading them out even more as I get into the newer parts, right? Hopefully leaving room here to double each of these metals if I have to and things like that. But okay, I'm gonna head back to the mall. Oh, no, we're not. One more thing. Water in. Are there enemies? No, I do not have the enemies turned on. They are not recommended for Pi. There are people that do it, and those people are even more special than I am. And yes, Grim, my true enemy is Melon. I actually have a thing that I want to play with, and I might open a PR for hard mode if I can figure out how to make it work and make the early game balance work with it. Because I think hard mode needs more hard mode. Because if we look at these guys, right? You make the incubated petri dish, and yeah, they decay quickly, so you have to do direct insertion. But like, they decay right back to the input item, and it's really easy to deal with it. You don't even have to like stop manufacturing them if you don't need them, because they don't use that much power. So what if, when they decay, you get back a spoiled petri dish, and you needed to use... My first thought was that this would be a really good early game chlorine sink, because chlorine, when you need the first sodium hydroxide, getting rid of chlorine can be a little bit of a hassle. Or hydrogen. Getting rid of the chlorine can be a hassle. I'm not totally sure of all the balance implications of doing something like that, but like getting spoiled petri dishes that you need to clean and then reapply them would make dealing with the petri dish loop a little more interesting, instead of just removing the unincubated ones and putting them back in, which is what you do right now. Oh, I didn't grab... Oops. That's fine. Trees are friends. Trees are not friends. Post was sponsored by Big Trees. Oh yeah, it would definitely be brutal. And I would want to balance it again with being able to make it like actually a useful process to have to do, right? So that like if you let them spoil again, it lets you use chlorine as a way to like clean them afterwards, or something, you know, disinfect the spoiled petri dishes, right? Because I remember being backed up on chlorine early on. But I would definitely want to do it in a way that it would like balance those aspects. Yeah, the heat is still working its way down the chain. That is true. You can do stuff with iron. Although that is an iron negative loop, and it is... And maybe this is just my personal preferences, but like I don't love when like the way to use a thing is to just build a wasteful looping process versus finding a way to make it useful and find it feel like all of the production chains are integrated, right? And obviously that's never going to fully happen for Pi Hard because Pi was not designed with doing that in mind initially, but, you know, when we can come up with ways to make it feel a little more natural, it's always nice. Actually, you know what? Let's not just take 3 buildings. Let's grab the things we need for Bakelite and... yeah, epoxy, grabbed. Bakelite, grabbed. All right. We'll do Bakelite and we'll upgrade Bakelite and epoxy, which is the 2 upgrades that we actually needed, and then we had to upgrade this for those. And here. And since we're here anyway, let's add some lights. Last machines are in. Still waiting on temperature. Yeah, these last machines aren't... well, I wouldn't expect them to turn on if all of these haven't turned on yet, but I'm worried that we're not getting... we might have to redo this, so we're bringing in heat from both ends. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Which is just annoying, because, like, all of these belts need to get rerouted to leave room to do the heat management down here. $425-ish. All right. That's not that long ago. K2 spaced out. Let me know how that goes. All right, that's gonna be here. Get these guys. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we have red undergrounds. Crisis averted. Oh, Factorio. Don't enable my spaghetti like this, Factorio. Yeah, my VODs go up. Okay. So that's all the potential bio crud. Now we just need to get ash out of all of these guys. And... Ooh, okay. That's fine. All this goes up one. Here. And then I can pull these up by one. Now we can get the ash out, right? Because it comes through here. And up and over. There we go. Perfect. Ash out. All right. That was gross. I did not enjoy doing that way. But it should... Should be pushing a whole belt of phenol now. And we are. Very nearly. I don't know why I'm seeing gaps. I shouldn't see gaps. Yeah, 13 there. And we expect the last one to not run full speed.
Space. Space.
And 13 here. Yeah, up there we go. Yeah. It's catching up. Oh, you know what? It's an inserter speed thing with where the gaps in the belts are. Sometimes we just get gapped. Darn you, Factorio. Do we care? Do we care about this running at a full 30? I mean, I think the way to fix it is literally just like a couple extra inserters on a couple of these. Case TV, thank you so much for the follow. Back to work for Kellen? All right. Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see you. All right, what are we doing here? I think this is done. I think this is working. Those extra inserters are... seem like they're enough to keep everything actually fully buffered, maybe? Really close to it? Yeah, this looks saturated now. Okay. Good. Yeah, we just needed those couple extra inserters for this belt to saturate. And then as this fills up, we should see these guys. Yeah. These will eventually turn off. Although right now we're out of wood. So moving on to the Bakelite itself. Let's see, we already did formaldehyde as well. All right, Bakelite. Bakelite is going to be 21 chemical plants making the zinc chloride. All right, fine. Be that way, game. How many do we have currently? 10. Okay. And what is this? Oh, that's formaldehyde. Okay. Sure. Let's just, okay, good. I already, geez, that was completely autopilot. Took the, combinator off of this, so we stop requesting materials. Biomass, though, being low is also... Maybe we need to think about that. Having to make more biomass. I don't know if scaling up this build is going to help if we're not getting the biomass in that we need. So, like, when I look at our other things that use biomass, like fertilizer does have biomass again. Good. And we are catching up on fertilizer demand. Cool. Fertilizer. I'm not sure why fertilizer broke, if I'm being entirely honest, but... And, like, biocrud to biomass... We do have lots of... Oh, I didn't even... Jeez. Consider that when I was designing this. Like, yeah, we have a whole belt of phenol, but we also have a double belt of biomass. This is going to need... And all of that shoved into 5? Okay. Sure. We can make this happen. This is going to need some refactoring. Which is fine. The hydrogen out is going to be fine. That part can stay. I think I'm going to need another input station, which I don't think I can quite... Oh, I can squeeze it in here. Okay, good. So yeah, we'll, I mean, ideally even 2 stations. I think this is still just going to bring in the zinc. We'll do the zinc chloride here. We'll throw that on, because that's from 21 chemical plants. I'm going to do 22, just so it's an even number and they're like mirrors of each other. And then from that, we'll come down here, and I'm going to bring in 2 new stations for our heaps of phenol and heaps of biomass that this build needs. And those belts will feed over here to our 5 high-pressure furnaces. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm just waiting, well... I'm waiting for this to drain as much as it's going to drain. before I start taking it apart, just because otherwise my poor inventory is going to be a mess. But also, these are off. What did I do? Was there really a time in my life when I didn't build these symmetrically? What is wrong with me? This is atrocious. And also, we're going to have to deal with that. Which is fine. Cool. So one of these is going to want as much phenol as we can deliver to it. And one of these is going to want as much biomass as we can deliver to it. The biomass is... I think we can get away with these guys. For the biomass. And then the phenol we should be able to do on a red belt with blue inserters instead. Like that. So this is going to be a triply stacked belt to get us up to 45 a second. And this will be a singly stacked phenol belt at 30 a second. Just trying to save a little bit of the ridiculous amount of my power budget that currently goes to stack inserters. Uh-huh. This is fine. This is fine. It was a big jump 13 hours ago. I wonder what that was. 300 megawatts worth of stack inserters came online. All right, is all of this up here done as it's going to be? I think as done as it's going to be. So let's tear all this up. Cool, and this. And I'm just trying to be, not that I really need to be precious with hydrochloric acid, but taking the pipes apart backwards helps make sure that the game can always find an adjacent inventory to push the fluids into. So they kind of get compressed back into their tank instead of getting voided. Save a little bit of fluids that way. All right, hydrogen output. Good, 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 good. So, I think we got everything cleared out of our way for us to redo this. Zinc here. And we can put the zinc request back in. And down here, the phenol. So, yeah, 21, which again, I'm going to do 22 just to keep it a little cleaner. Zinc chloride. And each of these will have something like that. Except we don't need the centerpiece. Each of these will make, with modules in it, 0.3 a second. Okay. So that is just a gray inserter out. And the input is a quarter of a zinc in, so that is a gray inserter in. So that is 22, if I have counted correctly. I have. Power them all. Oh, of course, we can't quite reach with one power pole. That would be too easy. Cool. And chlorine. 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 And the zinc plate, we're pulling in a total of 5.2 zinc plates a second. That should be all of the zinc chloride we need. Now I just have to get the hydrogen gas output. There we go. Cool. That is zinc chloride. It's going to take a little bit for this belt of zinc to make it all the way around. That's okay. Next is the fun part, because we have this triply stacked yellow belt of biomass. And this singly stacked red belt of phenol. And we get to try to run 5... Oh, it's right there. 5 of these guys. So, yeah, these need 15 Gs. All right. What we're gonna do, for the sake of actually having space to work, is we're gonna pull the fluid input in the middle. Oh, it's not quite going to be 15. I haven't put the modules in yet. There we go. 7.5. Only half a belt. And then on the other side, the phenol, yeah, 3.75. I think that's still going to be 2 inserters. Cool. And then they also need 3.75 of the zinc chloride, which with hand size bonus, if we're lucky, is 2 red inserters? If we're unlucky, it's 3. I might have to drop a 3rd red inserter on all of these. And then their output is 1.5, and I do think we get away with just 1 red inserter for the output. And our total output is 7.5, so that is fine on 1/2 of a belt. Don't have to do anything weird with it. Output is all the way up there. You know what? No. Let's drag this horizontally. That is the output? Maybe? No, this is wrong. No, this is fine. This doesn't have to be a high throughput station. This is only half a belt. Not wrong after all. Oh, the formaldehyde. That would be a useful thing. This is a place where loaders might have been useful. Just because there's so much, so many inputs to those machines. Just do like the Factorio style Factorio style, Satisfactory style, splitter manifold right into the machines, right? With loaders. Why no run? No cellulose, no wood. All right. Oh yeah, we were out of logs. Apparently log is an issue for us. That doesn't really surprise me. But hopefully we'll catch up on the phenol demand shortly. And same with Bakelite. We should catch up on Bakelite demand shortly. I guess I could, just for the sake of... There. Yes, this is only half a belt's worth, but throw half of it on the other side of the belt, just to keep it a little cleaner. Make sure we're not getting bandwidth limited by anything. Why are we... This is a full... Oh! Because at some point I made this yellow belts, not red belts. I'm like, why is this not going? I'm seeing a full belt. And I think we do want a fourth inserter here. And that will make sure that we are really running a full belt. Okay. That seems functional now. The phenol is running when it has wood. It's blipping a little bit, but that's a problem for future Brandon. This is going to be pulling through a lot of phenol early on until it buffers. That's fine. But we have tripled our Bakelite production, which was the thing we needed to do. We do need one more of these guys and the prod modules to go with them. Because I only needed 21 of these, but I used 22 to make it symmetric. Why don't I have zinc plate? That makes me nervous. We have heaps of zinc plate. Oh, well, okay. Let's set the train limit to something useful. Now let's see how much zinc plate we get. All right, it's ad break o'clock again. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to grab myself a little bit more water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourself, hydrate, and when we come back, we will work on the next build, which is going to be, I think the epoxy upgrade is the last thing. I've got the stuff for it right here. I will see everybody shortly. And we are back. I figured out what was wrong with zinc. The request threshold was set to 2,000 again, which I've seen a couple times today, and I think might be something to do with an update to the CyberSyn combinators. I'm going to have to look at the changelog for that and maybe figure out what's wrong there. Because I do everything, all my requests in stacks, because stack sizes vary so widely, and I just want a whole train whenever possible, right? All of the stacks full. So when this gets set to 2,000, that's saying 2,000 stacks, although that would also be 20 stacks if it was counted in raw items of most things that stack to 100, right? So something is a little bit screwy there. I will have to play with it some more. For now, I will just have to be careful. All right, yeah, moss is stopped, and that is causing issues with trees. Why is the moss gone? Stone, right, we talked about this. Do I really need more stone? Like, of all the stupid things to be run out of? Oh! I mean, apparently, yes. Also, Carrigan is backed up. Although there are 4 trains with this stop, so... that can't be right. Yeah, that's not right. This train station is reused. Yeah, okay. I'm going to need to rename this. And then also, we need to be getting rid of Carrigan because we need more stone. This stone patch is also just, like, dead. So maybe I need to find a new stone patch and set up a Carrigan void. Cool. Stone and ash are always a headache. Yep. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to... rubber's done. Let's do... epoxy while I'm thinking about it, because I have the stuff in my inventory already. And let's potentially figure out... I could also, I guess, do hot air. I do have the machines to do the hot air rebuild as well, waiting for me. Let's start with epoxy and let's see where we're at and how I'm feeling. More stone, add to top. Carrigan void, add to top. Okay. I'm surprised I don't have something that's managing to void Carrigan for me, but... such is life. Oh, geez. Yeah, I might have some extra pipes. And what else are we waiting for? We're waiting for stack inserters. Do I need those for epoxy? Not even a little bit. These are all small quantities of input things. Okay, let's get going then. How is our current... Sorry, I'm a little all over the place, but we're still running low on hot air. Okay, so we really do need to get the upgraded hot air build done. What I should do, actually, is in the hot air requester chest. Let's request... some stone bricks, because we need stone bricks. They're recycled through the loop, but we need some to bootstrap the loop with. And we can do that. And that way, those will all be up there when it's time for us to actually do that build. I think we also are going to have to make another depot module somewhere, because I noticed it's only happened once, but I did see some errors from CyberSyn about trains returning to the depot before completing their delivery. And I think when that happens, it's because when the depot is full, trains can be waiting here to go into a depot station. And then those trains will get assigned jobs by CyberSyn, but at that point they have no choice but to finish going to the depot before they continue. And then CyberSyn gets sad. It's like, why did this train come to the depot? And the answer was, it already had no choice but to go to the depot. So, first things first, BPA. In red inserters, or red assemblers, with modules. Leave that one ghosted. And then into 2 mixers. Oh, this is going to be a very easy upgrade. And then into 2 agitators. And that will be a little bit more epoxy. Epoxy has not been a problem yet because other things have been our limiting factor on all of this stuff. Advanced small parts, which is probably still rubber. I guess I should double check that that is still rubber. Yeah, it's rubber. Is rubber running since we rebuilt it, or has it failed? Rubber has failed. We don't have styrene because we don't have benzene. Oh, probably because I took apart that benzene machine that I had. Yeah. I forgot I did that. Okay, we gotta fix that. We got, yeah, this build that I disassembled because it was in a weird, awful, well, because it was hooked up to the same coal heater as rubber, and that was just not okay. So it's not going back here, but I do need to rebuild it. I guess we have stations over here. We have space for 3 stations, which I think is what we need. Yeah, I mean, there's an ash output too, but fourth station is here, I guess. We just hook it up to the same benzene output station. Yeah, that's not bad. We can do that. All right, and that'll give us like 100 benzene a second again. I don't think we have to put any modules on this, so let's get the shopping list. And drop it up here. And that'll get benzene going again. I probably want to not be burning benzene as a well, maybe. I still need to make decisions about my fuel burning situation, but I am increasingly leaning towards getting rid of the sushi fuel setup and converting everything over to fuel oil when I can. When I do the big fuel oil build that I need to do for Mark II trains, just also swap the whole base over to the world's largest moondrop fuel oil beast of a build. Because I think it's easy enough for us to like fix the various voids that we need for, you know, these things that are no longer going to be burned as fuels. And it'll put a lot less strain on some of the rest of the infrastructure. How is the disassembly going over here? Still going. That's what every train load looks like coming out of this thing. A bunch of iron plates are going to make it into the next load. That's cool, I guess. All right, let's go rebuild benzene. Your over-engineered generic fuel requesters are one of your favorite parts of the factory? Yeah. Mine, I think if I want mine to really work well, I need to over-engineer them further. And it makes me inclined to just not. I could probably do something a little bit different with, why did I come this way? With how I'm doing them and maybe come up with a more robust design. But it also, at least for our current scale, like, I can take care of all of our... Cybersyn 2 makes those easier since it has built-in support for requests of X amount of any combination of this list of items. Ooh, that's cool. I have Power Armor Mark II, which I think gives me the same basic... I have the same basic flight ability as the exosuit from Fulgora. Whatever it's called. The mech armor. So I also can, like, fly over buildings, and what happens is when there's trains coming, I just automatically fly above them if I stand on the track so we can actually see it happening. Maybe. Maybe we can see it happening. All right. Of course, I go to the top track and then the trains come on the bottom track, but yeah. There it goes. All right. And I need to bring in Nexalit and a little bit of Coke as well. Solid drop-off station. And we have a coal power plant running 2 multi-purpose crackers, making benzene. No, not that benzene. Um, yeah, multi-purpose cracker. Nexalit plate and BTX into benzene. Multi-purpose cracker. There it is. Okay. Woo. I forgot to grab efficiency modules. Oh well. Cool. Cool. Benzene out. Is right across here. Benzene out. Let's grab this label and relocate it to where the build actually is. And I think I'm just going to take this to the same ash output as the other things that are nearby. Because nothing should be using, like, tremendous amounts of coal here. And it's easier. So we'll run this belt all the way over here, too. And let that get up to temp. And then we need the Nexalit plate. Which is, yeah, only half of one of those per second. No problemo. That should do the trick once these guys get up to temperature. And we will start to have benzene again. Yeah. And then the benzene overflow will turn into gasoline, or turn into liquid fuel, not actual gasoline. Metaphorical gasoline. And we'll be all set there. And that should fix rubber once it gets rolling again, because we're waiting on benzene for the styrene. I knew that I had taken apart that benzene build. I don't think I realized that that was, like, the benzene build. And I guess I should double check the scale if that is the benzene build. Like... That's nitro. I mean, I should also double check that we make enough nitrobenzene, so I'll put all that in here. And then, okay, we do make a little bit of benzene from, like, this secondary tailings void and some other things. So the nitrobenzene, we need 29 a second, and we're making 25 a second, so I actually should double this. I can prod it. Okay. In that case, I think just upgrading this to prod is sufficient for now. And then we need 20, 47, 47 and a half plus 37 and a half. 85 plus 12 and a half for nitrobenzene. So call it an even 100. Oh, cool. Perfect. All right. So I don't have to scale this up yet. We make plenty of BTX to scale this up further if we need to, by the way, but we don't have to do it yet. We have just enough at the moment. But we do need to scale up nitrobenzene just a little bit, upgrade it to a tier 2 with prod, and that's enough. I mean, it's been working fine. Obviously, we're not running our Kevlar and our cladded core at full speed simultaneously. I'm surprised that's enough Kevlar, honestly. I guess we only use it for the one thing. Oh, and mech parts too. 0.13, 0.69. Nice. And we make 0.83. Okay. I mean, we also could upgrade this to prod, but that will happen when I go through and do the great spreadsheet day where we prod. I prodded the circuits chain for the most part, and I prodded mech parts too. When we go through and prod the, like, the things that feed into science and get the whole science chain prodded top to bottom, then we'll prod things like probably nylon. Nope, nylon doesn't prod. No, nylon parts don't prod, but nylon prods. Okay, whatever. Problem for another day. Do I want to do this? I should fix it, because technically we don't make enough. And I guess it's easy enough. Yeah, fluidized bed reactor and 2 prod modules. So, and that should be fine on the ammonia. Well, the input amounts are actually the same, right? When we switch it from a tier 1 with no modules to a tier 2 with 2 modules, it is exactly the same input amount and just 20% higher output. So, and like probably, again, we should look at Kevlar, Aramid, Rayon, all of these things. I don't know if I prodded all of those yet, but that is a project for another day for sure. These are running. These are running. Cool. So that means we should be slowly making benzene again. Benzene's back. All right. Benzene's back. All right. Oh, and I still have a name to put on the Wall of Fame that I kind of, sort of, almost completely forgot about. So I will do that as well. This is just a quick in-place upgrade as far as the nitrobenzene goes. Nitrobenzene build is over here. Apparently, Yafsi was wrong. We already had this at 100 a second, I think. Just not prodded. Okay. Never mind then. I'm not going to mess with it. Because, yeah, we have 4 of these. So at some point I upgraded this without updating EFC. So it does need to get prodded at some point, but again, that will happen during the great re-prodding of everything. Which I think with most of the inputs to circuits and mechanical parts being done, the things that are left to prod are fairly minimal. But Case, thank you again for the follow. I appreciate it. As always, if there's anyone that thinks they should be on this list but is not, if you followed when I wasn't streaming, or if I was playing a different game, or if I missed a notification, always feel free to let me know. In Twitch chat, in YouTube comments, in Discord, on Blue Sky, wherever you feel like reaching out to me, and I will get that fixed for you. I don't know where I'm going. I'm walking in circles now. I think I'm going to call it here for tonight. This is a good stopping place. We made pretty good progress getting things scaled up. I don't think there were any new builds. I think they were all rebuilds. But the new phenol is good. This Bakelite is good. Updated rubber is good. So these are all good things. And progress is slowly but surely being made. Oh, I had to fix rubber? No, I did fix rubber. That's right, because rubber was blocked on benzene. Cool. And rubber is running again. So that is excellent. Sweet. All right. Thanks very much, everybody. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll see everybody next time.